Okay, so welcome to another episode of Programming with Dwayne. So we're going to be building a trade show lead generation app. Now, the reason why we're building this is because I'm actually going to a trade show next week, and I wanted to come up with a simple, easy, efficient way of interacting with people, capturing their notes, sending it to my CRM system. And I know there's some tools on the market to do this, but I don't use some of these systems. So what I wanted to do is kind of build almost like a generic tool that could do this. And I thought that this was a good opportunity to kind of build it, put it out in the open so that anybody could use it. If you want to improve upon it, steal the code, whatever, totally cool. And also it was a good way to kind of experiment with make.com and Google Sheets so that I could pull the leads from Google Sheets, push it into make.com, and then push it to my app, which is something I'm interested in learning how to do. So I've never done this before, don't have any idea how to do this. Well, I have tons of ideas on how to do this, but I haven't actually done it before. And what I've done so far is I basically set up the GitHub. So set up the GitHub and basically just set up the foundation for the code. I'll show you what I have so far, then we'll continue from there. So let's just talk about, actually let me give you the high level first so that you kind of understand at a high level what we're doing, and then we'll go into the details. So what we're going to do is, whiteboard. What we're going to do is we're going to do two things. One is we have a Google Sheets. So we have a SHETS, right? So we have a Google Sheets. The Google Sheets has a list of trade shows or vendors, exhibitors, I think, that we're going to be visiting. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is we're going to use this sheet as our database. We're going to pretend that this sheet is our database. Okay, we're going to pull that data into make.com, right? And pull that data into make.com, and then that data in make.com is we're going to transform that data into JSON. Okay, and then we're going to feed it to a mobile app, and the mobile app will have its own search and its own list, and you'll be able to edit an item, and then you'll be able to see it on another screen, and then you'll be able to make changes to it. And I think, and then the goal is to push it back into Make, and Make will push it back into Google. Got it? Okay, so that's what we're going to be building. Oh, right. And then one other thing. When you push the data, I also wanted to go to my CRM. In this particular case, I'm using high level. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing. So with that, let me just show you what I've done so far, and then we'll go from there. All right. So I've made because this is going to be a public app. Anybody could download it if you want to use it. I'll try to document it as much as I possibly can, but feel free. So DwayneBrown.com, for GitHub/Dwayne Brown, DWAINBROWNE, in case you can't spell. I can't, so that's why I say that. And then trade show -lead gen. Okay, so this is what I have right now. Now I did go ahead and actually create some more files, so I have some more files here. So let's do CMD, and we're just going to push this up. Git add status. So push. Okay, so let's push that up. Refresh F5. Okay, so we have a little bit more files here, but nothing too much. All right, so we're gonna start. We're gonna create the whole thing from there. So with that, the only thing else that I've done so far, excuse me, sorry, I'm getting over a cold. The only thing else that I've done so far is I went to ChatGPT, and I had some errors before, so that's why I'm actually restarting this video, because I wanted to kind of keep it concise a little bit. We're going to try to do that. So I wrote this. I said, hey, I need a framework for building a PWA app with Tailwind for a salesperson, me, that will be visiting booths all day and need to capture information such as barcode, name, email address, notes, etc. The app will have 3 screens, right? 2, 3. On a list screen, an edit screen, and a new screen, and then give me the instructions to do it. So it wanted me to create a PWA. I'm using Nux to do it. So I did npx Nux init npm install in the folder, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So I created a folder called Dwayne Trade Show Gen, which is obviously connected to the GitHub, and then I ran npx nux in that folder, right? So I basically did click here, cmd, click on that, and then I typed in npx nuxy, right? Everybody's clear with that. And then did that, and then I did npm install. So that's the only single thing that I've done so far. So now that we're all there, I'm just going to do code for VS Code, code dot, press enter, and then now we're in Visual Code Studio Code, and now we could actually start editing our files. So that's, now we're all caught up. Now we could go forward. Okay, so with that, what's going to be the first goal of this application? The goal is we got to install Tailwind, because we're going to be using Tailwind, which I'm not very good at Tailwind. So to install Tailwind, I need to do this npm scroll /tailwind. So let's just do that. Control tilde is what I'm using. That's the backtick. So that's the one all the way to the far left, far left on the keyboard. I confuse left and right all the time. Or you could just go to terminal, new terminal, which will do Control Shift tilde, right, to get you this guy. Come paste that command, press enter, and then it's going to install Tailwind. And once we have Tailwind installed, I'm going to move myself over here so you can see a little bit better. So while we're installing Tailwind, what's the next thing that we have to do? So again, this is a PWA app. So we're going to set Tailwind by running npx tailwind p. What does this do again? Set up Tailwind. Okay, set up Tailwind. So we could get a Tailwind config file. So fantastic. Paste. Okay, got that going. So that's going to give us a config file for Tailwind. Then configure Tailwind by editing the config to enable JUT for better performance. So how do I do that? I don't know. Enable JUT. So yeah, see, it doesn't even tell me what to do there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't care about performance right now. Okay, include Tailwind in your CSS head assets. Create a main.css file and import CSS. So we're going to copy this assets.css main.css. So in a folder called assets. Okay, then we're going to create a new file, and then main.css, right? And we're going to paste these guys here, and that's going to be your main CSS. And then ensure that in your nux.config you have this. So CSS. So in my nux, where's my nux? This right here. Let's see if this is right. Come on. Okay. Run dev. Make sure we got no errors. Okay. Now, pages and routes. Pages directory, index page. Okay, so we're going to create those 3 pages. Let's just back up a little. Okay, so allow. This is just so I could run it. So hopefully it's going to run soon. So yeah, so that's working fine. Pre-transform, blah, blah, blah. Does the file exist? Unable to resolve CSS main. I don't know why it's complaining about that. Assets main. Oh, assets CSS main.css. I'm not certain about that. Okay, might be this one here. So maybe this guy here. Get rid of this. Terminate. Let's try that again. See if that actually works. There. Didn't complain this time, right? I think. No, complaining still. Okay, we'll fail to resolve import. Okay, I'm getting. Let me just tell it I'm getting this. And I do. Run dev. Just to make sure that we kind of get our setup right. Right, we want to get our setup right. So, incorrect file path. In the Nux configuration assets here. Verify that the path exists. The path does exist. Assets. the pattern assets main CSS main. That's what it is. Sorry, my bad. New file, new folder, CSS. Right, push that in there. Yeah, and then put back this. Oops, tilde, save. Okay, that's gonna rebuild. Let's just double check that that's okay. Well, let's go in. Yeah, we got you. Okay, thank you, sir. Going back up again. So we want to make sure that we got this. Okay, we got pages. I want to actually know how to, before I get to this PWA stuff, I actually want to scaffold out all the pages. There's a command to do it in Nux, but I don't know how to do it. So let's just ask that question. What's the command? What is the command to scaffold scaffold out the folder STNXC Nux. Scaffold out folder automatically generates the folder structure. You can use create app command utility create Nux app. Yeah, but how do I? Okay, but how do I saw somebody did it online and I just don't remember how to do it. If you're not VS Code, the basic assets, components. Yeah, okay. So here's a guide. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll take the guide. It's just I forget this stuff all the time. I saw somebody did this where it's just run a command to do it. Create a folder manually, blah, 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 blah. Is there an extension that does this? And maybe that's what I'll ask it. Okay. All right. Create folder using the terminal. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to do that. No, I want it. Is there? Okay. Is there an extension? Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, so where are we? So we're going to. We got the. I'm gonna go back all the way to the top here where we don't have all these errors. So we did this. We got the CSS running. Now we're gonna create pages. We're gonna create an index dot. So we got 3 different pages, right? So we got a pages index. Okay, so we got under pages. So why don't we do this? I'm just gonna copy this. It'll just make life easier. Yes. There. Okay. Really? Already exists? Oh, okay. Get rid of that. Let's just do this. Right? Oh my goodness. Layouts. Okay, not sure why that's not happening. Just gonna manually do it. Sometimes being too lazy is not a good thing. Pages. Right click, new folder, indx.view. And so the ones that he wants us to build out, index. So this is the index page. We're gonna do layouts. So sorry, let's do this first. So index page, that's fine. Then we want a new page. That view. Okay. Let's just call it edit page. Okay, and home, this is what we call this home page. And then we want one more. Oh, we want the layouts. So this is the layout. Is it layouts with an S? Layouts, yes. Folder. Layouts, right click, new. Okay, what else you got? Store. We don't need a view store, but yeah, we're gonna forget that for now. Yeah, I'm gonna use So I'm going to use Pinya for the store, not Vue, which is a much more easier store manager. We won't go into this in too much details, but basically it's going to be a way for me to, one of my favorites with the application is that it's going to be in a high traffic area. This is actually a really big trade show. There's lots of people that's going to be going to it. And so I have a fear the internet is going to be a problem. So I'm going to just set up like a local, basically I can pull the data and kind of store it locally in the application, right? So that it potentially could be available offline. I don't necessarily know, but we'll try. Store, and then so this is what this is. It's just allowing me to kind of scaffold out a store altogether. We should mention that we're going to use TypeScript. TYPE. You know what? We'll just use JavaScript. We'll just use JavaScript, pure JavaScript, because I don't want to complicate the things for people. Yeah, we'll just use pure JavaScript. It'll just make things easier. Okay. So, with that, what do we have? Oh, they already gave me a reference to show me how to use it in the store. So, what we're going to do is we're going to, on the index screen, we're just going to use this section here. And bam, right? Just so at least we have something. So it's going to use a store and it gives us something to kind of just set things up a little bit. What else we got? NTM run. Okay, so let's do the PWA thing. Got to set that up from day one. Sorry. PWA. So Tailwind we got. Now we're going to do the list screen, edit screen, new screen, which is the same thing as the edit screen. So we don't need to do this twice. We don't need to do this twice. So it's a list screen and an edit screen, which will then be a new / edit screen. And then for PWA, configure it via Nux. So so how do you do this? So to include the PWA module with Nux, customize the PWA manifest and manifold need. So how do I do this? Okay, so how do I help me set up the PWA? Then the QR code. Okay, let's back up a little bit. So set up the PWA, so install. For Nux to the process involved PWA. Okay, so install PWA. So as of my latest update, Nux Retrieval officially Nux Retrieval was still evolving. There's a dedicated Nux Retrieval PWA module available. You should install it via npm. If not, you'll need to manually configure it in the thing. So configure by Nux. Okay, right. So again, this is just so that we can install the app locally on our computer. So we're 20 minutes in. We might be able to get somewhere within an hour. We'll find out. I'm really hoping to get there within an hour. That's my goal, but we'll see. Configure PWA in Nux. So here's the PWA. So we got build modules, and then we got a PWA section here. Okay, so what are we looking for? Nux. Is that the right thing? Nux.configure, Nux.config, build modules, PWA. Okay, so we need all this. Right? Right. I think that's it. Got the error on dev. Let's just make sure every single thing is good still. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, now this configuration sets up the basic PWA features, adjust settings accordingly as the app needs it, run your next production, start. Use Chrome DevTools to inspect the manifest worker and ensure the PWA criteria are met by accessing your app application through the web browser. Okay, I don't know how to do that yet, but that's fine. As long as we can run the app, that's okay. So I think in Chrome, oh, what's going on here? Caught error navigation. Cannot. Oh, use store. Use store on where? Where are we getting the error? Use store. On context error navigation router. So might be because we did pages index this use store here, this one here. So dot. So it might be this use store. Let me just make sure. So stores. Oh, stores. There we go. Rename. It's all in the details, my friends. It's all in the details. Okay, let's terminate, run that again. This is all setup work. This is all set up so that we know that we have at least a foundation so that we can actually start doing the real work, which is really to pull the data from our store /use JS file exists. Stores, use store.js, Pinya, use store, right? Yeah. Rename, just make sure it's the right thing. Yes, that's correct. Pinya, failed to resolve Pinya. Did I not install Pinya? npm install. All right, maybe I didn't install Pinya. I don't know. We'll find out. Find out in 2 seconds. Okay, this is real world programming. Oh, sorry, did the same thing again. This is real world programming, so there's just going to be tons of little gaffes and thing, and that's just how the world of programming works, right? So, again, you know, I hate to see all these sort of predefined, preset tutorials that just kind of show you the sort of like the raw product and click, yeah, I did this and thing, and then you try to do it, and it's like, oh, you run into all these problems, right? So we're just gonna push through this, and hopefully we get to the other side. Yeah, it looks like something is happening. Looks like it's doing a little bit better. So Pinya seems to be loading. Components are now being used. Okay, router, yes. So nothing too crazy. Yeah, that's it. That's a wrap. Internal error. Oh, we might have had a problem. I'm not sure, but I'll take this. I'll take this. This seems like it's doing something. So, oh here, module v something provider use store ref does not provide an export name use store ref. So what is this about? I'm familiar with this use store ref, but I don't remember how it works. Basically, this is the problem with like programming. It's like you forget everything that they use. Getting this. This is the beauty about ChatGPT. Honestly, I hardly go to Stack Overflow. I hardly go to Google anymore. Like Google must be losing traffic. I mean, they're still making money hand over fist. I think it's like $85 billion the last quarter. But man, oh man, like at some point they have to be bleeding money because it's yeah. So what do we do here? Where is this? Correct the imports. Replace store ref likely from view according to the thing for Pinya. So this part here, right? So this. So that's for index. This. Yeah, that's what's going on there. So I think that's what the npm run dev. Okay, so I think we got most of it done, foundation wise. So what we're gonna do, all right, so just to recap so far where we are, let's just back up and just make sure that we got all the pieces in place. So what we've done so far is we've installed we created a new directory. I called mine, like I said, Tailwind. Oh my god, just trade show lead gen. We did npx nuxi, we did npm install, right? We did install the Tailwind, we set up Tailwind, configured it, got the Tailwind set up, then we created a main.css under assets CSS folder, created these, copied these CSS files in, add CSS to our Nux config, and then from there, sorry, using coffee to clear my throat. From there, basically, we just created the basic scaffold for this list screen and the edit screen. The new screen is going to be the same thing, but I might actually create the new screen because you know what? I might make it as a modal. I don't know yet. Maybe. No, it should be just the same screen. Why should it be a different screen from the edit screen? It's a newer edit screen. And we set up PWA so that we could have it as a PWA app. And by PWA, oops, I think I made more of a mistake now. Let's see. Yeah, so I could bookmark this as pages. Okay. I just want to see. I don't think that, yeah, okay, we could do it. So, okay, that's fine. I think this just has to do with the fact that this index page, we're doing some stuff that I don't know what it's doing, but it doesn't really matter. It's right, it's trying to do stuff. So okay, let's just move forward. User ref, update, state, name, email. So what is this complaining about? Let's just see if we can fix this. So what am I getting here? So by the way, guys, if you so I have ChatGPT installed here. This is actually a really nice feature. So here you can do VS Code chat. I want to go into the details about this. I'm actually paying for this, but so what's cool about this is that it knows what I'm talking about. Of course it doesn't know. I'm sorry, but I haven't provided any information about the thing. Right, so I have to paste in this, but it knows about file, right? And so the error indicates that you are trying to import use store twice in your index file. Am I? Use store, all right. Yeah, we are. Gotcha. Isn't that cool? Right? Because it's aware of the files that I have open, so it checks the file and it kind of just double checks and it just kind of figures things out according to what's going on in there. So you don't even have to go to ChatGPT. Just thought I'd share that because it's actually a really cool hidden gem of Visual Studio powered by Microsoft, which I'm a big fan of, by the way. I know people accuse me for being a fanboy of Microsoft. I'm not, but I do admire how such a large company can transform themselves from this sort of like dinosaur era company to something of that are really like just chugging on all 4 cylinders, or maybe 6 or 8 cylinders, but whatever, they're moving, and they're moving fast. So say whatever you don't like about them, they're moving. Okay, I digress. So let's just see how we're doing here. There we go. Okay, so we're back in action. Yes? Okay. So remove this welcome page by replacing Nox welcome in app.view in your own code. So app.view, so here, where's app.view? Do we have an app.view? Here, here. So just remove that, right? And then it should just, or you just delete the whole app, isn't it? I think you just do this. And then it just routes to your home page. No. So I don't remember how to. So app.view template, and then Nox, you have to do I forget now this stuff. You have to do Nox route. What do I have to do to change? In view application, there's no app.view file where you define your index page directly. Instead, Nox automatically creates a route in the pages directory. So create the index.view. Yeah, I did that. Pages, create. Yeah, so we did that. Yeah, so we don't need this anymore, but you're complaining about it. Okay, so let's cancel this, yeah, and then run this again. Pages index.view, right? That's what they're asking for. Index.view, create an index.view file inside pages directory. Ensure you have the file name index.view with it corresponding to the root of your application. So index.view is empty. So why is that? So index.view is empty. I think this has to do with the template. So the template here, default layout, Nox, I think it has to do with this. Maybe it's like Nox layout or something. No, it's not an index, it's a syntax problem. Verify your Nox CS. Review your custom Nox. So it's like missing a Nox header. Nox. This is crucial. Yeah. Footer. Yeah, we have that. NUXT, right? NUX. It's always the little things that just gets you, right? It's just you're spending so much time wasted on this stuff here. But this is why we're here. Learn, right? So default is working. Check the data error. Run Nox lint. Why am I not seeing anything? Is there an error? Console. Failed to resolve component Nox. So I'm getting a warning. Okay, so interesting. That's interesting. Why am I getting that? So yeah, I don't even know why I'm getting this filter resolve component. Nox occurs when there's an attempt to use Nox component in place of view does not recognize it. It's often application there and missing. Layouts. Let's just make sure we got the right file. I might misspell it, just Layouts. That's correct. And what else am I looking for? Pages, components, Nox, default, rename. Yeah, no, we're good there too. Ensure layouts are named correctly, default or layout, yeah. Page view. Oh my goodness, really? Typos. No, we don't have any typos there. Because we should be seeing, at bare minimum, right? We should be seeing this file here. We should be getting to this. There's no reason why this file should not be showing up. All right, home page. Okay, don't know why this is working. Okay, seems like we got another problem again. Why isn't this working? "36 minutes in and we haven't even started writing our actual code. Ensure that all Nox modules plugins in your project are compatible." This is what happens when you don't program for a while. You just forget everything. So what are we doing wrong here in the spec? Console. Fail to resolve Nox. Why is this a problem? Hydration mismatch. Oh, server. Yeah, this is server. So I think I know what's going on here. So I have to change this so that we could I have to how do I know what that's going to, how do I need to run it on the client only. So Nox has like a server version and a client version, and you have to make sure that Nox is running in client only mode. So in order to do that, Nox provides built-in. Now how do I want to do this on dynamically importing client only components? No, I want to set this on the config level. So I'm just trying to get me the config version of it. So spot mode, yeah, there we go. And the concept of modes. Why are you giving me Nox to it? Hold on, however, Nox tree application entirely is client side familiar with blah blah blah. NPX generate. Oh my goodness, NPX generate. Forcing client side execution, window, client only. Really? Server side, right? Disable server side. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to decide disable server side. How do I disable? Oh my goodness. SSR. Getting the cold. Trying to eat popcorn. And yeah, to run things. And I'm actually getting hot in here as well too. Okay. Oh my goodness, really? I know there's a way to do it, but I just don't remember the term. So, oh my goodness. Give me all kinds of junk. What I want to do is, where's the question? No, SSR true, SSR false. So you can disable SSR for part of Nux settings. Just tell it this is the answer I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Nux config SSR target static. This is what I'm looking for. So you see, you kind of just have to read the documentation a little, but you sort of kind of have to just know that stuff, right? So what we want to do is we want to disable server-side rendering. Here, right? And then this should work. If it doesn't, I don't know what's going on. Just don't know. We're 41 minutes in. We're still on setup, guys. We're still on setup. Painful process. Painful process. But the good news is, once I've set this up, you don't have to do this because it's going to be open source. So let's call it trade show gem, right? Okay, yeah, thank you. Team color, I guess, is white. Okay, do we have something? Oh, there must be text here that I'm not, you know what I mean? There must be head, body, script, there's closing body, div, Nux. Okay, so let me just do this for 1 second here. Let's just do this. Let's just put some text here and see what's going on. All right. Let's make sure this thing is actually pulled in here, and then we'll try to figure out what's going on there. Okay, so that's working. So somehow this is okay. All right, so somehow the middle is not being shown, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Templates. And it might just have to do with the fact that I have some code that maybe is not working properly. Do I have to set the default template? Pages, index. Yeah, it did all that. Weird. Weird. Applying the page to the layout. Yeah, so this is what I think is what I need to do. Give me the setup version. Give me the composite. Oh. Yeah, it's this define method thing. Come on, hurry up. Oh, keeps repeating the same thing over and over. Define metadata. So here, so this is what I'm looking for, but you shouldn't have to do this. But let's just see if that makes a difference. You shouldn't have to do this. My layout. So weird. Okay. Okay, what are we gonna do? Let's see. I can see my template. Not the content. And no index. Sure. This is a weird problem. I haven't seen this before, so that's what's having me baffled here. That everything seems to be set up, but yet, you know, I could do this. This is really header. This is footer, right? But this is not showing. Header, footer. The content in the middle is just not showing. So what do we do? Okay, we're 1 hour into this video and we still haven't figured out what the problem is. So let me pause this for a second, guys, because I gotta just kind of spend some time just to kind of see what's going on, to wrap my brain around what's happening here. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so I think I have a clue to what the problem is, because it's saying here your project has pages, but the Knox page but the Knox page component has not been used. So let me just put, I think this is the core of the problem. So oh my goodness, really? Knox page. That's what the problem is. We've spent an hour trying to figure this out so that we could learn that the code here, this is the only problem with ChatGPT, right? There. Oh my goodness, really? Okay, so now we could go back here and now that works. Ah, thank you. Okay, so now we're at edit page. Now we can go to home page. Home page, right? What's wrong with the home page? Body, div, nothing showing up here. Okay, this might just be because it's working. We know it's working. After rebuild. So we should be seeing home page. It should load up and we should see home page. Come on. We're 49 minutes in. However long this video takes, we're gonna get it done, guys. We're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done. Interesting. But if I go to /edit, so why is my default page not loaded? That's good though. That's good. That's progress. Let's see what else we got in here. Console. Fatal error. Get pin here. Okay. There's no active pin here. You're trying to call app.use pinner. Okay, that's fine. So Pinya is, we don't care about this for now, right? We kind of don't care about all this stuff. So this is just an error on this page. Import, use Pinya store. All of this stuff we don't care about right now, right? Refresh. There. Finally. Only an hour. Only an hour just to get basic setup going. We're going to get back to the Pinya thing. That's a little bit more advanced. All right. Whew. Okay. So, to recap, what did we learn? If you're setting up a project, you need to have the default layout, default. There should be Nox page. You got a header and a footer. That pages corresponds to these here, and these are going to be shoved inside of it. You also need to have obviously the Tailwind configuration, and then in the Nox config we got disable SSR signal. We got a static page, dev tools enabled. Okay, true, that's fine. Right, we got a PWA, then we got a PWA app, and then we got a team as being a white. Yeah, not sure what that's about, but okay. So, okay, now that we have that, what are we going to try to do? So let's get some Tailwind. So my Tailwind is not showing up here. So how do we get that going? So my Tailwind style is not being applied to the stage. Here, let's move me over here for changing it up sake. Tailwind installation is okay. Yes. P. What else? Import Tailwind into your project. Yeah, we did that. Assets. And then, okay, so tailwind.config, we want to make sure that this, so this is the part that we have to do, right? So check your Tailwind config, make sure that we got this set up, and then we got run, and then we should be good. So tailwind.config, that's the one that we didn't do. Oops. Let me just tell it, this is what I have in my current Tailwind. Are we in the right file? Tailwind.config. Give me the full code, just so I don't mess any single thing up, because I don't know where I need to put it, right? I'm not familiar with Tailwind that much. It needs to be in the content section. So I guess this is going in content, is it? So content, export, okay, got it. I see, okay, got it. Export, module.export, exports, right, yes, okay, got it. Okay, wasn't paying attention. All right. Okay, only took us 1 hour to get Tailwind and basic Nox installed. We're doing great. We're doing fabulous here. I'm gonna have to do a shorter version of this video and then point to the longer version. That's okay. Run. Tailwind is still not showing. What's going on? So Tailwind is still not showing up. Why? should help Tailwind. So what am I missing here? Like, we should be seeing Tailwind styles applied here, or not. So let me just ask if, do I need to? So, okay, so we already did this. Import Tailwind into your Nox project by doing assets. Oh, I see. Now it's Tailwind. So maybe okay, so that's probably what it is, right? Because I have in here, I have assets CSS made. Okay, let me just see what's the difference. So CSS Tailwind.css, but isn't that the same thing? Yes, it is. So I might be configuring, but we did this. We already have this for main.css, right? It's the same thing. Just make sure, right? It's this. Yeah, it's giving me lock file, remove, etc., etc., right? So it's, I have the right thing already, so I'm not, you know what, I'll do it. Copy this. So it's tailwind.css. So CSS is this guy here, and this is rename. Oops. Rename tailwind.css, right? So we got assets, CSS, assets. Oh, maybe it's not in the right folder. I hate how they sort of group these folders together because sometimes it's hard for me to tell. It's under assets, CSS, Tailwind, right? That's CSS. Okay, so that's correct. And then rename. And then it says in here, no, not in here, in nox.config is assets, CSS, Tailwind. Nox.config, assets, CSS, Tailwind, right? And restart to the open server. Path is correct. CSS as this folder. Check the developer head for your document styles. Oh, you know what? I guess I have to. I'm sorry. There's no CSS style because there's no style for T's. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know what's happening. We have no actual styles applied. You have to apply every single thing with CSS. I'm just thinking it's Bootstrap where it automatically applies the the minute you install CSS Tailwind, it automatically kind of styles the page. Tailwind does not. You have to style everything. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get a layout file. It's gonna give me sort of a header, right? And yeah, we're gonna scaffold out something that just gives us something to play with. There we go. Okay. So this layout here, I'm just so sorry, guys. Don't remember any single thing I'm programming anymore because I don't do this on a daily basis. Next page, there we go. Right? So now that we do that, now we go here. Now we can refresh. Oops, I have to go run this again. And then now we could get some styling going. 2024 company name. All right, so we're gonna name it Dwayne on finish. Right, Dwayne on finish. We need a logo, and I don't even know where my logo is on my own computer. So guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna go steal it from our own YouTube website. Switch accounts, doing that finish. 318 subscribers, guys. We're slowly climbing. Inspect. Well, how about we go to our YouTube channel first? Your channel. Come on. Yeah, and then we're gonna inspect this. All right, so I'm going to do a quick review on these artificial intelligence tools. So I've been spending a lot of time with artificial intelligence lately. One of the problems that I've had is the fact that I keep jumping into multiple meetings all day long, and I don't have enough time to kind of summarize and organize the notes related to the meeting. The problem with that is that a week later or two,
so
when I need to refer back to that meeting to understand what we discussed, I have very poor
assets,
notes,
I think it is.
just to kind of talk about what I do from a note standpoint.
Images.
Just to give you an idea, is let me see if I can find some just non. So here,
we'll call it the logo.
It's my Dwayne. I have this is a random type of month. Normally, so I have this format that I put, which is this is my one, and I have sort of like some preset organization. And these are supposed to be put in notes. Right? Tuesday, did this meeting.
And now we're gonna do path to your logo, which is going to be
just writing with my iPad tablet.
Here, so it's going to be
pencil, and then I have something like this. But then, or like this, right? Which is fine. It does allow me to kind of mostly regurgitate the information. Not regurgitate, but what's the word I'm looking for? It allows me to just retain the information.
Unfinished.
So this is fine. The problem is that it's not structured, and I can't do anything else with it. So I
spelled something wrong. I know it.
Example. I got a meeting in another 10 minutes, right? So I'm trying to squeeze this call through. I'm going to jump on that call. I'll have that meeting with those guys, and then I'll always jump off again. And this is sort of happening all the time. So it's just too, like, for example, I had 7:30, and then I had at 8 o'clock, and then now I'm doing another meeting just there. So there's not enough time to properly organize the notes. So long story short, I started using this read.ai tool, which is very good. Read.ai. So I figured, why not just
need to get off the Tailwind thing. Okay, let's go take Tailwind documentation, see what's going on. npm install Tailwind D. Content, also this maybe. So it's I see, because I think I see what's going on. It's looking for this source file. It's looking for HTML. every single thing is looking under that source, right? That's what's going on. So okay, I know what's happening. So the way how Nux work is normally when you set it up, it normally inits its own folder in that source. And I just had a wrong setup because of the start of this here. So really and truly, all of these files are supposed to be an SRC, right? So what's supposed to happen is this entire thing here, with the exception of git and license and readme, sits in source. Something like that. And then I think I don't remember how to do this. I think those things sit on the outside. So you know what we have to do? We have to do a new folder. So we could do, let's do a npx cmd npx. We just have to create a new folder so I could just double check the structure, because I'm forgetting what the structure is, and this is what's causing the problem, because Nux is expecting a certain folder structure. Right, so we could go all the way here. Vuex, yeah, so we're looking for this command here. Right, so if we do test project, npx install dependencies. So we know we're still 1 hour in, and all we've done is just gotten some basic stuff installed. But you know what, I'd rather do it this way, so at least we have a true representation of some of the challenges that I just run in personally when I'm trying to do these programming projects. I'm gonna eat some popcorn. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Now I want to get this solved first. I'm a popcorn addict, and I try not to eat popcorn too much because it's not, I don't think it's good for you. But every now and once and again on a Friday night, it's like my movie night snack. In this case, my programming night snack. So install dependencies. No, we don't need dependency. cd that. Right? So let's just go look at that folder structure just to make sure that we got it right. So, interesting. There's no secondary folder. So what am I doing wrong? So what am I doing wrong? So sorry guys, I'm hungry. So let's just do Nux. Tailwind CSS Nux. Nux tree setup. Yeah, did that. Add Tailwind CSS post prefix. So interesting. So maybe that's what it is. After DevTools. So here, sometimes ChatGPT Doesn't always get you there, right? Okay, so I'm just going to pull back up that project. And then I think we fixed this already, right? So I'm going to go in, I think it's here. Is it? Max config. And then let's go put it right here. Right? Because that's what it says to do there. And we did this. Content. Oh, I thought we did that. Oh, this is in the Tailwind file. Okay. Content. What's missing? Okay, what else? Main.css. Okay, so this is we did this. We want to name it back again. Does it matter that it's after or before the? So I'm going to put it before just to make sure that there's no issues there. By the way, that's Alt, down or up to move that around. Okay, npm run dev. And we should be good to go. If this doesn't work, I may have to move on. I'll come back to it later on. Okay. There. Yes. Ha. Fantastic. Sorry. I'm going to celebrate with popcorn. No, I just cleaned this office. No, thank you. Okay. You got UI. So what was the issue? I don't even know. You know what? Why don't we just check in this code right now? So we got a foundation. And I just realized we're working on the main branch, so we should switch over to the dev branch. So at least we have something, right? So this add status, yeah, sure. Yeah. All messages, and then we're going to commit, and then we say successfully. Milestone. Base project with CSS. Okay. All right, one more grown up popcorn, then we're gonna go do another full round. Okay, so we're hour and 14 minutes in. That's good. That's good. Okay, let's just switch over to the dev branch. All right. No more eating, I promise. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Git. Come on. Check out -b dev. Git push. Gonna complain. I just copy that command and then just push it up. Now we're in the dev branch, right? Good. So we got our main branch, we got our dev branch. Let's just for the sake of feeling like we actually did something, let's refresh this. So we got some files up there. And now we have a main branch. Come on. And a dev branch, right? Fantastic. Okay. So what's next? Now we're going to try and, well, we need an API, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build every single thing locally, and then we're gonna connect it to the cloud, right? That just makes things a little bit easier for us. So let's start with, I need a UI that gives me a list. So I need a UI that's gonna give me a search box at the top and a list that's going to display a name, description, and a website URL. So give me UI that will, for the index page, that will have a search at the top, and a list below that includes CLUD. That includes title, whatever, description, location, and a link to the website with an use icons. Also ensure that the search text box is STICKY and have a background that is from the list. Right? So basically I'm saying give me a search box at the top with title, name, description, link to the website, but I want a search box to kind of highlight it with a little bit different color. Okay? Okay, this is the last popcorn. While we wait for this, we have a little bit of popcorn. Okay. Sticky search box. There we go. All right. Placeholder, button, icon. We should just bring in like a five icon or something like that. Item description. Yeah. Icon again. I'm going to change these and put these all into components as well too, right? So, but we don't want to get too complicated right now. Okay, so we have some basic data. That's cool. Okay. So copy that. Go over here. Go to pages. Edit. I'm gonna get rid of this bad boy. I'm just gonna screw up my template. You know what? Why don't we just do it this way? And then we'll take all of this. There's just this actually, and drop that in here. Oops. You know what? Doesn't matter. Undo, because we don't need this anyway. But I'll keep this as oh my goodness. Y. Control X. Get rid of this. Just so I have some reference data when I want to do the other stuff. So let's see what that looks like, and then we'll go from there. Yeah. Come on. PM
Okay. One ridiculously long video. That's what we're doing. Okay, not terrible. Not terrible. Let's ask it to put some padding on the list and put rounded edges on the background. You know what? We can do that ourselves. We can put some padding. I don't even remember how to do padding, but it's something like so we could do in here. This is the list, right? Replace with V4. So we could do padding. What is it? Margin. So we could do margin. Yeah, so you see it has margin bottom 4, so we need ML for left, MX for margin left and right, dash. Just 2 should be fine. Right, okay, fantastic. And then we want to, yeah, that's good. That's good. Looks neat. I like it. I like it. All right, remember this is going to be on a mobile phone, so how do we do that right now? Let's do this. Oh, ChatGPT, Copilot got me. Come on. Copilot got me. Come on, sometimes it's just too slow for me. Jeez. I just want to see what it looks like with multiple. Come on. All right. Tab. Come on. Okay, let's just see what it looks like with multiple. So at least we have everything. Yeah, good enough, I think. Right, because we want the, yeah, see, look at that, that's what we want. So let's do F11, F12, sorry, mobile, and then we could take this and let's bring this out. Let's move this out to another, to dock it out, so we could put it on a different window, right? Sure. Microsoft is trying to be helpful here. Right, and yeah, there we go. Good enough for a small little mobile app. Yeah, not terrible. Not terrible. Okay, we got something, guys. So now what we want to do is on edit. You want to navigate to the edit screen, right? And I'm not even writing a single line of code, okay? I'm just ChatGPT all the way. When I click the edit button, okay. I'm so sorry, I'm addicted to popcorn, so. Right. So we have to create the edit page. We have to rename the edit page thing. We have to put it in a /edit so we can navigate to it. So okay. Yeah. Okay. Last popcorn, I promise. Okay. We're good. Sorry, I'm being a pig right now. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to set up the edit page, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to create the edit page. So we're going to rename this to, so basically what we're doing is we're going to make the edit page dynamic. So let's stop this first. We're going to make the edit page dynamic. Rename ID, right? We're going to create a folder called edit. We're going to drag that in here, and then this becomes this, right? So that's number one. Second thing is, now that we have that, we're just going to just bring this code in because it's just going to be the router code. I actually think this is wrong, but that's fine. We're gonna use that as a foundation. Edit item, and let's just see what this is. I think this is wrong, but let's find out. And then because it's been wrong in the past, then we need to edit the edit page, modify the index page so that we have a navigation here. So I'm just going to do this because, right, don't need to copy over the whole code. So we're going to go back to our edit page, and then basically what we're saying is when we click on the edit button, this button here, right, when we click on it, we want to navigate to the edit screen. We're going to pass the ID of this item, because remember this is a loop, right? This is being looped multiple times over. That data is coming from here, right? So we're gonna loop through that item, these items, one by one, and we're calling it item from a list called items, which gets confusing sometimes. And then we're taking item.id. So basically we're passing in the ID that was clicked. Okay, now that ID that was clicked, where are we? Navigate to item. Yes, so we're doing a function call here, right? So this is the, let's call it the old school way of doing it, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna do it exactly how they say it, so everybody kind of stays on the same page. Because normally what you would do is you would give it a const, and then you give it a name, and then you say equals, and then you do an arrow function. That's like the modern way. You'll see it being done like this. All right, same thing, just yeah. So this is the modern way. Do it the modern way. So, and it's not just a style thing, by the way. There's some real value to it, but we won't get into that. Doesn't matter. Do it the modern way. Just be done with it. So let's see if this works. Yeah. So I think that should be fine, but let's just double check. So all we're gonna be doing is just basically just navigating to the previous, the outer page, and we want to we probably want to put a back button, right? Go back to the previous page. So come on. Okay, we're already loaded. So here. So if I click edit, 441. Okay, but that's working. That's good. That's good. Right? So it's doing the right thing. It's passing the correct edit URL and then thing. However, I know what the problem is that the ID page doesn't know how to capture that route. I think. So we'll find out.
edit, make sure we got our spelling correctly. Rename, edit, right? In here, it's ID route, but what we're supposed to do, so we don't need this anymore. So what we're supposed to do is on the edit page, so set up the edit page. So create a new file under pages with a directory called name edit. Inside the directory, create an underscore view.js. The path will be pages edit, yes. The file will represent your index items page. You apply the dynamic settings, yes, that's correct. So what's going on? So why isn't that working? Yeah, this should actually work. Modify your navigation router. Interesting. Why isn't this working? Pages, edit. Is it underscore or is it NUXT page? Slug shows the mounting, shows the details for a mountain. Yeah, so so how do I see the code for this thing here? Come on. So pages, slug. Content mountain. I hate that they don't do the setup version. Yeah, we should be okay here. No, so what's going on? Why isn't this working now? This is number page. No, this I'm on view 2. This should be Nux3, which I think is not underscore. I think it's angle brackets. I might be wrong. Yes, angle brackets. That's what it is. It's giving me Nux2. That's the problem, right? It's giving me Nux2. It's angle brackets. So this should be angle brackets here. Let's restart it just in case, and then that should work. I hate the fact that it's still giving me Nux3 documentation. And that's because it's still loading all the documentation from 2021. There we go. So that's working now, right? So we need a back button here. We need a back button here. So let's ask it to give you a conditional back button if we're not on the index page. Right, conditional back button up at the top here. Everybody with me? Okay, we're getting there though, making progress. We're an hour and a half in. All things considered, you know, considering the technical difficulties, it's fine. Now we get to style it and do something a little bit cool eventually. So let's conditional back button, logo and company unchanged, right? So here, logo and every single thing unchanged. So this is going here, in the header, here. Make sure I got that right. Class container. So in here, yeah. So it's in here, and then it's here. All right, and your logo here. Here we go. So let me see if I have to put any code in. So conditional back button, yeah, determine the index. There we go. So go back, copy, go back, paste this bad boy here, right? Don't need any style specific. We'll get into style that later on, but yeah. So if I go here, bam, back button, right? And my logo got shift, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, I'm cool with that for now. Okay, we got something here, guys. So the only thing I want to do is I'd like to have a. I'm gonna do the new. All right, so let's let's build out this page a little bit more. So what we're gonna do on the edit page now is, okay, actually first of all, what we want to do is we want to set the data. We want to set the data, i.e. this data. So you know what? Why don't we do this? Let's check in. Yeah. Milestone, right? Successfully scaffold list and with. Okay, so we got a list, we got a back thing, we got a back button. Okay, so what we're gonna do on this page here is we need a couple things. Let's just make a list. We want to be able to edit everything on the edit page. We would like to be able to follow company. Everything in the Excel spreadsheet. So it's company name. Company name. We'd like to be able to edit the following. So company name. We're just going to keep it simple. We're just going to put text box for everything. Company name. Location. Contact. Notes. And add photo and photo. So on the edit page, we would like to be able to edit the following details. Right. Please using Tailwind. Please design screen. Okay, so paste that in here. So on the edit screen, we would like to be able to edit the fields, right? Using Tailwind best practices. Oh, we also want to be able to visit the website, but I guess that doesn't really matter as much. Tailwind is fantastic, but I haven't actually spent enough time learning it properly. Partially because sadly I've just relied on ChatGPT, so I'm actually getting lazier as a programmer. This whole notion and that developers are gonna stop programming, you know, it's kind of like calculators allow you to do math in your head, so most people don't know how to do math in their head anymore. That includes me, by the way. I'm very guilty of that. Give me basic math problems, and I'm like, So, yeah, just times are evolving. People are getting stupider. That's the motto here. Yeah, so we're going to assume that we're going to handle photos differently. That's cool. Okay, so use route ref. Handle file upload. Yeah, okay, so we're just going to copy this, swap it over. This is the edit screen, right? So we got this use ID stuff. So I'm going to take this here. I'm just going to just do this for now because I want to be able to copy some of this stuff out. So currently editing this. Actually, let's just take editing with ID. This. We're going to bring that up here. Okay. Right, and then we also want to, we're going to get rid of that, and we want to keep this route. We already have that. Yeah, we already have that. Perfect. Okay, and get rid of this. So just getting the basics going, so at least we have some foundation to work with. Okay, let's go over here, back here, refresh, bam. Okay. Okay, so we got a place to put some, so we're going to see the company name, we're going to see the location, we're going to see add contact, add details, and we'll be able to add some photos. What I want to do is I want the button to be large at the bottom. So I'm going to tell it make the button larger and sticky at the bottom in its own So we're going to ask it to group the input form and separate the save button section and make the save button section sticky at the bottom with a background, gray background. Just for some UI flair, right? So we're going to say group the and the save make the bigger, make the save changes button bigger. You know what? I probably wouldn't even do save changes because I'm probably gonna, as you type it, just basically just automatically just saves the data. But maybe we'll keep the save button. Make the save changes button bigger. Change the button bigger, right? Also make the save changes button we're most likely not going to how would I say this? I think we're going to end up automatically just updating in real time as you type with a little bit of delay. So flex column minimum height, and so I think that's one section, or maybe not. I'm not sure. I think this minimum height is what's setting it up. Yeah, so every single thing else is the same. So we're just copying this. All right, so this is the edit screen. Yes. Paste. I'm not certain what difference is, but let's see. There. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So let's get rid of the margin. So let's just put a background color on this. Get rid of the padding. Get rid of the padding. Right? And let's do a background white. We'll get rid of that and we'll make it a BG. Let's just go with like a slate, I guess. Oh, you know what? How do we say full width? Width full. How do I make the background of the button full width? So it's sticky bottom. Yeah, PG full. That's what I have. Get rid of shadow. I did that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, good stuff. We got a foundation to work with, right? We got a foundation to work with. So what we're gonna do now is, let's put our new button. We need a new button. So we would like a new button to be hovering at all times on the footer. So make the sticky, you know what, we don't need a footer. Let's get rid of this footer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna replace the footer with a sticky circle with a plus button. So sticky round Okay, progress. We did way more progress on the second half of this video than the first half because we had a lot of setup issues, but I won't cut a single line out of the video out because it's important that, you know, if you guys have problems on the setup, that you're able to go through and figure out how to solve some of these problems.
Sorry, getting over a cold still. So sticky rounded button in the default, right? So we're going to do layout content. So this is our sticky button here. Button, right? So this guy here. And then we're going to do navigate to edit there, right? So layout, footer, we're going to get rid of that. I guess I could keep it in here. No, we can't do that. Doesn't make any sense. I could probably do that because this is just to kind of make it right, and then footer sticky button, navigate to, oops, and then we're going to do this. Button. So you know what? I want because it's kind of hampering the layout a little bit. What is this? I don't know what this is. So we want to hide the edit button if we're on the edit screen. I would like to hide the create button if I'm on the edit screen. I want to center the button. All right. Hide it on the edit screen. Okay, let's do that. Also, maybe make it orange. We'll change the color to orange because, yeah, this blue color is not working for us. So centering the button means that we need to put left 0 and right 0, maximum auto. Okay. So where is it? Is there a difference between fixed versus sticky? Maybe. Oops. Here. Okay, and then to hide it on the edit screen, we're going to put some additional code. So we're going to see if route path is equal to edit. So we're only going to show the button if route path is, I think it has to be if, what minus it now? Right, so we're saying if it's, yeah, there we go. Right, so here, so it's on that screen, click there, bam. Right, and just so that we have a little bit of this thing doesn't clutter this, what we're going to do is we're just going to, on the list screen here, we're always going to ensure that the last
So basically here, that there's always a couple of breaks, BR, so that we don't, that button doesn't cover the text, right? So here, yeah, so we can do that. Okay, that's fantastic. So what else can we do? This is great. This is actually really good. You know what? I don't like this padding here. I want to get rid of this padding. So this pattern is easy though. So this pattern is this. No. Sticky search bar. Yeah. And this one here. PY. No. There's padding and then there's margin. I'm mixing the two of them up. We need the padding, but on the default, we don't want padding. Right, on the header, that's okay. Here we don't want padding. We don't want margin and we don't want padding. There, all right? So it's like to the edge. And we don't want padding up at the top as well, to top and bottom, PY. There. So it just feels a little bit better. Yeah. Right? There. That's good. Okay, I like it. I like it. Okay, so we got to edit. Just to recap, we got a plus sign. You know what? We'll put some padding on this button here. So we're gonna put a little bit of, we're gonna put some PY3. So padding, left padding, like on the button itself. Yeah, maybe 4 maybe. Or it might be just full, that's causing some issues. No, it might be the margin, sorry. I need margin. This is padding left. I think it's MX I'm looking for. MX. Margin left and margin right. Save. There. Right? So MX is margin left and margin right. Yeah. So why is there is there another margin somewhere around or something? There we go. Here. Width full. E. So what I'm really looking for is a width full, but I'm looking for a, or can I just specify the width? How do I do a width full? W dash full. Minimum width full, maximum width. Or is there like a width 9? Yeah, okay. 10. Does it go up? Okay. Half, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, 1/5. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, this doesn't really matter. So 3/4, and then to center it again is what? Oh my god, I'm forgetting everything. It's like I'm obsessing over craziness here, but sometimes the details matter. So to center it is MX Auto. There we go. MX-AUTO. Okay, and I think that's because I have something else that's overriding it on the MX side here. But you know what? We're not going to focus on this right now. We're going to move on. We're going to move on because Dwayne Brown doesn't know how to program CSS in Tailwind. So undo. How far are we? Yeah, let's go with that. Whatever that is. Yeah, okay. For now. Okay, so what's next? We're 2 hour mark. We don't have any data, but that's good because now we could go get some data from our actual API. And we're going to do the next part of this entire application, which is the more exciting thing, right? So let's add status. What are we going to do? We're going to say milestone. Okay. Let's merge. Let's just push to the main branch. Dev push. Right, just so we copy over the latest stuff. Back to dev. I should have some kind of music or something playing in the background. But yeah, we don't have that. I really want to be copyrighted and all that kind of jazz. So we'll figure that out later on. Okay, so now that we have this, what we're gonna do is, it's not the best looking app, but it's not terrible. So what we want to do now is we want to extract the data to external, and we're going to make it work with just external data. So let's just do this. So here's what we're going to do. So first of all, let's generate some data with ChatGPT. So let's go to the index page, and let's say given this format, generate about 20 name, company name. Let's just so I actually have the trade show information here. I saved it as a CSV. So we need the following fields. We need name, category, website, and assigned. Name, category, website, location, which is a I'm going to give it the code because it's just a code, right? The location is actually not like because it's just a floor code, right? Notes, priority 1 to 5, and assigned. Give some names. Okay. No. I forgot to give it the JSON data. Forgot to give it this. Stop. No, I don't want to do any faker. I want you to use the following. To generate 20. So that's the JSON, and this is what I want you to use. And there we go. All right. Ah, my goodness. Of course you can generate. Annoying. Of course you can generate a conversation. Fine, we're going to use this require faker thingy. No, I don't want to use this thing. This is cool though. I've never used this before, so this is something to do. So install faker. I don't want to do this. Okay, let's do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a composable. We want to replace this with some real data, with some fake data. So we're going to create a composable. No, not in here. Composable. We're going to create a, we're going to call it use data .js. We're going to tell it create use .js This is the ultimate lazy programming. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to create the composable, use data, right? And it's going to use this composable data here. So basically it's just going to wrap it in and export, but yeah, even that we don't want to do, right? And in the meantime, while that's happening, we're going to do this install faker npm. Don't necessarily want to do this, but it's fine. It's fine. And while that faker is being installed, I've never actually used that before, so it's a pretty cool module actually. And what it's going to do is going to take that, is going to stringify the data, JSON that's stringify, right? Computer, my browser is freezing up. There we go. So it exports const use data, and then basically just generates the data, calling this method here, right? And then they call exports return this. That's all it's doing. This is just giving me some structure so I can call it on the other page, and then now I could go back to the index page. I already have the, oh, if you haven't already, you could install it as a dev. I did a mistake. Import it now. So we import use data. We're gonna ask it to write the generic API just now. Come on, hurry up. So use data, and then we're gonna basically just generate data here. So basically this, we're going to say use data here, and then generate data is what items is going to be. So we're going to replace all of this with this. All right, and that should work. Should work. Come on. The system is doing something. It started to. I can hear the fan over there, so it's starting to do something. We're going to do the entire thing, guys. We're going to do the entire thing from start to finish. We're going straight to high level. Just remember, that's the entire goal of this entire thing. And so far, this coffee is working because I don't feel an ounce of sleep, which is not good. Not good for health or anything else, but I'm going to keep chugging away. And I have my son to take care of in the morning, so we'll see how that works out. But nonetheless, we are on our way. Save in Vue.js. My computer's starting to whine in the back here. Control S. Use data. Okay. Come on. I want to move on, but I want to make sure that this is going to save it, really. It's an index file. It's like barely anything. So let's just stop this. It's starting to buckle. Let's just close the whole thing. Close anyway. Annoying. Alright. Making progress, guys. Making progress. Okay, so we had some problems there. Okay, save is working now. Use data, generate data, right? Because we're exporting it from this module here. Composables. Composable will automatically be inserted. We're just calling generate data, which is a function, and that's this guy here. So that should work. I might not have to put the angle brackets, but we'll find out. No. That's weird. Starting to lose my voice also. All right, so going back here, refresh. Oops, failed to load. Okay, we don't need this mobile view all the time. Let's just get rid of that. F12. Composables use data from index.view. Does a file exist? So index.view. I don't even think we have to do this. Composables. I think it's composables. My goodness. Composables with an S, yes. So it's you don't have to you don't even have to import it. You should just be able to, so you know what, we'll import it because it's just, I think putting it explicit makes it helpful. I think it just works just by that, but I think if you just put it like this, it makes more sense. So we have a problem on. We have a problem with the faker. Faker.company name is not a function. Figure that company name is not a function. So what does that mean? It means obviously there's some issues with this. Let's look at this npm faker. What's the difference between faker and faker.js? This is the problem, right? There's JS. So we need this. Right, I think it's, yeah, we have that already. So faker.company, that company name. So we got location, product, numbers. There's numbers. Okay, let's go with internet. Okay, how do we usage? Figure that person at full name, figure that person at full name. Company. No company. I guess figure that full name, person that full name. Let's just do that. Oh my goodness. It's just, you know what, take this, use this as your documentation to figure and fix the issues. Yes, no different, no kidding. Give me. Still figured out. Huh, interesting. Okay, so I don't know what the difference is then. Yeah, it's got from the same company. Oh my goodness. Computer's freezing up. Come on, Mr. Computer. Come on. You can do it. One more hour. I have to stop this video, guys. We want to just do this on one take. That's what I'm hoping for, but I don't know if I don't know why it's giving me that when I just give it the thing. Okay, much better. This looks a little bit better. Really? Okay. Let's just do first name, right? Person, that first name. I just need something to show up, and I don't know why it has to be so sophisticated. Phone number is not a thing. It's just giving me all the wrong codes, but it's right here. I literally ask it to give me the documentation. It's right here. Full name, email. Phone. You know what? None of this matters. It's all fake data. If one of them works, oh, that's all I need. I just need some random data, that's all. So I'm just gonna put every single thing as being random in the same way. Alright. Let's see what it complains about now. Phone number is not a function. We're not using phone number. Nope. Okay. That's good. Better. Feature the data type number is depreciated. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We don't really care. We just want some data. So all I care about now is generate. So what do we do? Do we do a month or do we do a maybe just this? Why do I have Visual Studio open here? Sorry. Let's show this. Probably was contributing to my slow performance. No data. No dice. No dice. Okay, we're just trying to get some data, just some test data. If not, I'm just gonna just copy and paste the old data into a JSON file so we can move on, because this is taking too long to generate. It is supposed to be a faster method, but it's not. So let's inspect and see if we got any data here. Console, so item. So what is it doing? It's item here, so it's a function. Okay, so it needs to call the function. So this is a function. Undefined. Undefined. Just great. Let me just populate data. So here. Let me just so basically what we need to do is, sorry, let me just go back to the code just to make sure I got this right. So generate fake data, populate. We're supposed to do use data. You can now access data in your template. Okay, sorry. I'm pulling the wrong thing in. I'm pulling the wrong thing in because I see. I could use data in my template. So let's go back here. We're generating data. What is data? Data.value. Yes, okay, that's what it is. Got you. Okay, so generate use data. So I'm calling the wrong thing. So items equals data. That's what it is. Sorry. Now we have some data, right? Raw values here. Perfect. Perfect, right? There we go. Okay. So we have something, We have 20 something records. If I click on edit, it says undefined, and that's because there's some weirdness here, but that's okay. Where's the ID? So priorities. Okay, so how do I generate an ID? Yeah, okay, sure. I'll take that. There we go, right? So now I want to get by ID the same. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could populate the same because okay. So basically, what's happening is I have to be able to populate. You know, this might just make sense to just do this manually, because I need to. The data has to be consistent. So when I generate it, what I should do is just print it out. Okay, let me just do this. So first of all, this is fine. This is okay. The title isn't showing up, but that's because the title is the company. Right? That's the company name. And what's the other one? Category. Right? Yeah, right? So this will be fine. The problem is that, okay, so we just have to load this. There's only one problem here, and that is that this information is slightly different. So what we should do is do the same thing here, and then we're just gonna randomly pick an item. So we're gonna do the same thing here. Let's get rid of all this. We don't care about this for now. Come back to that later on. So we're gonna do the same thing on the next page, except that we're just gonna randomly select one. So on the edit page, every time we get here and we load, right? What we're gonna do is we're just gonna select the 0 index, the first one in the list, and it's going to be set as company. Data. Yeah, it's gonna be this. Right? Because this is going to be company name, not company name, but this is going to be company name. Location, contact. I'll just do it to that for now. What did I miss? I didn't import it. What did I miss? Company name. Can't read company name. Why? Because can't read company name because I might have to put this into something else first. Okay, sure. Data.find. Yeah, okay. I don't think this is going to work either because the ID just generates random all the time. So it's period. Come on. Yeah, that's what I did. So why did I work that? Yeah, but here did I? Oh, I just did that. So that should work too. Get it. So basically, what it's saying is company name is not. So what's in company after this? Okay, I know I'm not talking as much, but I'm just really trying to figure out what's going on first, and then I'll be able to kind of walk through the details. So what's in company name? Let's inspect that. Console. And I might have to take a bio break. So undefined, company name, not legible, undefined, right? What's in company name? Undefined. So that's the problem. So we're just not getting any data. So this might be a loading thing, right? So how are we going to fix this? We're going to fix this by it doesn't matter. This will be correct eventually. It's okay. We're just going to ignore this for now. Ignore this. We're going to ignore it. We're going to undo all of this. We're going to save populate the fake company. No. There. All right. So I click on that. And there, right? So that's all I care about for now. So we'll just pretend like that's the data that's coming through. All right, it's always going to be the same, but that's okay. All right, I'm going to take a bio break, and then we'll be right back after these short messages. Okay, so we're back after a short intermission break, and I'm actually eating a banana because, you know, gotta be healthy after all that popcorn. Okay, we keep going. Oops. All right, so let's just recap where we are, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So we have a back button, we have a list. Click edit, we can see the companies, we can make some changes, we can break the save button. All right, that'll put us back onto the list. The list will probably be sorted by alphabetical order or something else. We might add some additional details here, but for now, we have the basics of what is it that we're looking for. When we start searching on the type, it's going to start filtering down this list. So what I want to do now, let's think about this very carefully, is we have two different options. We can start pulling from the internet, or we can stabilize the application first. I'm not certain which one I want to do. I think I'm going to stabilize the application first, because I can always get pulling data from the internet is, I mean, it's straightforward, but I just like, let me get some more details here first. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this work with just local data. Okay, so I'm going to force ChatGPT to do this again. saying that it can't. I know it can. Matter of fact, we could just use ChatGPT 3.0 for this. Because it's, yeah, we can do this. We can use this. We can open up a new browser. We can go to ChatGPT. We can go to 3.5. I will ask it to do the same thing, and I guarantee it will work. There, see? Sometimes smarter is not always better. That's all we need. Oh, we're missing the ID. Tell it to stop. So they're making ID simple for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. Oh, why is it giving me? Fix the JSON. Speak. I don't know why it would do that. I don't know why it would tell me, it would give me spaces in the property names. I think it's allowed in JavaScript, but okay, so we got a bunch of fake data. So we can continue this process. It might stop at 17 or 18, so we say continue. Okay, done. All right, you've done your job. You've done it way better than Mr. GPT-4. So we're going to copy code. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a folder called JSON, called data. And then we're going to call it new. And then we're going to say companies.json. We're going to paste this guy. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to, on the list screen, so this use generate, you know what, we're gonna need this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get rid of all this craziness. This data ref is fine. We're gonna call it get data. Use export. Export default export. Right, and then we don't need this. And then we're gonna do get rid of faker. Add data. Can I do that? I think. I don't know. I don't remember how to do that. But I think I should be able to do it. Okay, so this fake data thing was not good. ChatGPT 3.5 was much better. Unable to resolve at, right, so at data. Where's data? Dot company list. Oh, companies. Rename. JSON. Data in HDR. Companies that import does not provide an export in company list. Right, so how do we do this again? We have to do it like this, I think. I can't remember this stuff anymore, guys. No, how do I? It's so much faster, isn't it? So we could do fetch file. Import read file. Okay, sure. It's definitely faster, but let me do this in Nux. Let me do this in my Nux tree. How do I import a file? So coming to JSON Nux tree, you can easily import it. Oh, it has to be in the assets folder. Use company data, yeah. View, use company data ref. Oh, we have to load the file. Yeah, we have to fetch it. Oh, there we go, fetch it, yeah. So we just have to do this. Need to load a company async. Return a company data value. Cons company data ref. Right, so we got company data, assigning it as ref. We're saying if company data value cons await fetch, calling it from this data companies here. So it's here. What we have to do, get rid of this. We have to do data companies. Now this is assuming that it's going to come from a assets folder or public folder. Since static assets in the public folder, so it has to be in a public folder. Oh, it's already there. So let's just do public data, right? Companies, yeah. what was the question? Does it provide export name use data? I don't even know what the error is. I'm losing my brain here because I'm getting tired. So const return company data. We just need to return the ref. Get rid of default. Okay, better. Company data is what I'm looking for on the other side. Unless company data and company data. Right. Come on, what's the issue? Right click, insert. Console. No errors? What? Interesting. No errors. Why no errors? Oops, forget to save it. Still so let's basically what we need to do is we need to sure, let's try that. I don't think that's the right thing to do, but let's just try it and see what's on the company data now. Company data loaded is not a function. Oh, gotta pause. My alarm is going off. Sorry, that was my 4 a.m. alarm going off, which means I should be waking up as opposed to having gone to sleep for the night. I'm definitely getting tired, but we're gonna keep pushing a little bit here. So let's just make sure we got this right. So I'm gonna come on. What's the issue? So company data is undefined, but let's oh, that's supposed to be still undefined. Nope, now we got an error. Invalid JSON. Not valid JSON. Okay. So that's better. Let's see what the issue is. So what's not valid JSON? So it's possible that the JSON here, that's in here, that's in here, it's not valid. So let's go validate it and see. JSON formatter. Valid JSON. So no issues there. So why isn't the data loaded? So use data is calling. I'm losing my mind here, guys. Oh. I That's what it is. Didn't we change this? Oh god. I thought we changed this. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm losing my mind. I might have to break off. My brain is legit slowing down. Let's see here. Okay, so what does it say? The code snippet you provide is almost correct, but there are a few issues, several issues with improvements. Async keyword in compose will generally is not a good practice. Async keyword directly in the setup function or composable within the setup because Reactivity system doesn't handle promises natively. However, you can define async function in the setup or inside of composable and call it error handling. It does not have any error handling. Loading state. Oh my goodness, you're just adding more complexity to my code. I don't want error handling right now, but sure, we'll take it. Okay, fine. And then scroll down. Computer's freezing. Refresh. I'm not running code. Sorry. Okay, we're 3 hours in. Hoping to get this thing done. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to put on some music or something because we're just taking forever here. Okay, so let's refresh. We're gonna go for 1 more hour. If we can't figure it out, get all the pieces in place, we're gonna call it the day. I'm gonna have to chop this video up into smaller pieces, maybe, and then do a summarized version of it. There we go. Finally. Okay. So now I can click edit, and that should take me over to the second page. Should. But I guess there's some error on the second page, right? That's why it's not loaded. What's the error? So ID unable to read undefined 0. This is undefined. All right, right. So, right, because we changed the code on the second page. So, edit ID. So we don't want that anymore. What we want to do is we want to load the same thing as here. So we want to do the same thing as what this is doing. Right. Want to do the same thing on the ID. There. The only difference is we want to get the ID of y equals ref, and we're going to call it data. What is data? Data is going to be CNST data, and then it's going to be company data dot find. Come on. Find, yes, and then item. Yeah, exactly that. Item.id, the route.id. That's what data is. And just for the sake, console dot log selected company, just to test that that's working. Refresh. Company is already been declared. Where? Refresh. Okay, so what am I missing here? Company data that find is not a function, right? Why is that? Because it's not an array. So company how do I solve this problem? Company data that find is not a function, right? I don't know how to. Okay, I'll just go to Reactivity. I don't know how to convert it to a function. How to make it think that it's an array so that it can search the array. Yeah, the initial to be available for initial company load data functions not being awaited, so company data might not be populated. Should be reactive. Company data. Let me see, company data should be reactive, yes. Company data expect to be an array after being fetched, but instead computed, refer watch computed to find the item when it's isolated or when it's loaded. So you have to, yeah, so you see this is what I didn't know, right? So you have to put it in a computed, you have to parse this ID, get the ID, computed that value. That's what I'm looking for, that value. Right, but they put it in a computed so that they could automatically reload every time, right? And then you have to see that what they're doing this watch thing. This is interesting. Okay, yeah, I won't go through the code too much, but it'll work because ChatGPT says so. So yeah, the comments are there, but basically what's happening is there's a couple of little gotchas here. That's right. When you get the data from the use data in here, right? For some reason you still have to call this load data, which I find interesting because I thought I was calling that in there, but fine. We have to call that. Then we create a compute property that's going to return the dot value, which I keep forgetting to do. You have to do dot value if you're bringing in one of these things. Then you do a find. Then you'd find on the ID, which is from the parameter. And then you return company. But he's also doing log to see which companies one's available. So selected company immediate. So basically he's doing this a watch to run to see which company is being saved, loaded. So if I do this now, the second part is not needed. That watch thing. Cannot read that fine, really? Huh. Why not? That's interesting. Why wouldn't it be able to read that fine? That's interesting. Who would have thought that this would be so difficult, huh? So I'm gonna Why wouldn't you be able to find? At time, this could be that the data loaded from your company.json or another. Your code, here's how the question mark. Yeah, I'm having a hard time following what's going on here. You want me to put a question mark in, but on mount, make sure that this is awaited. So you want to do this instead. Where's my on mount? Instead of this. And then this. So might be null. You can use the optional chain question mark dot and knowledge coalesce question mark operator. So this one here is just a single curve, right? I'm still confused a little bit though. So why isn't find cannot find property of null reading? Cannot find property of null reading. Where is that? Here. This is null. Okay, so why don't we let's do that first, yeah? Console. Let's put this back in here. Refresh. Just makes it easier. We don't need the page right now. So just save. Let me just for the sake of making sure that nothing is like cached or anything. Okay, it's just restarting. Load in. No more, I shouldn't be drinking soda, but that's a drink right now. Shouldn't be doing a lot of things today. This is interesting because I'm not even getting my console log. So what does that tell me? Here. Right? There. Value. And there's 18 things in here, so what's the problem? First of all, I'll get rid of this. Or as we're doing this, let's just see. No, so it's not even getting there, right? And it's not getting there because so let me hold this for a second. Let me hold these two lines temporarily. Let me get rid of this. Okay. And let's just do this for now. So selected company is undefined, so that's a problem. So, what are we missing here? So let's do this. Make sure that we're actually getting the value. Yeah. Oops. Get rid of this return. So ID is 2. Okay, so that's fine. Can it read property null? So we're still saying that this, for some reason, that value is null. This, oh sorry, this. For some reason this is still null, but why? So, see object, right? So, selected company is null. So let me. Is it because? Why would it be null? Is it because? Can I find property if null? Find at setup. So here, right? So this doesn't have any data inside, but why not? Do I have to assign it to a local variable first, maybe? Let's try that. Huh. Weird. I can't see it, guys. I can't see it. Maybe you could, and I'm just blind to it, and I'm sure it's going to be obvious, but I also think I'm getting tired now, so. So, what am I missing here? Company data. What is the data? I'm going to pause this video for a second to see if I could pay some attention to it. Okay, so after a little bit of trial and error, I actually figure out what the hell is going on here. So let me just go through and see what's good. So, yeah, I'm forgetting a lot of this stuff, but okay, so I'm pulling in the data. Use data composable. All right, in there, I'm extracting the two function, the function and the data itself. Right, we got a router obviously here. This should be right to the top. Okay, so I don't know. Just undo that. So with that, I have a ref here that basically just has a skeleton for company. And then save changes. This has nothing to do with any single thing else. I remove every single thing. Everything is now in the mounted. So first I'm calling to make the load data. And I'm using company.data to assign it to data. I don't necessarily have to do this, but I'm just trying to simplify things so at least I can trace it properly. Then I get the ID
So I do data.find here, get the particular item, and then from there I could pass that data.find, which is really this, right? I don't need to do it twice, to company.value to set it, and then I have that, then I have this. It took me a while to get this going. Yeah, so now the data is correct here, right? So if I go back to this, click on the ECG group, right? Click back again, click on RST, right? Click on UW. So that's basically that. Okay, so with that, yeah, let's just save this before we kind of lose. So edit data. Okay, almost there. Okay, so we have dummy data that could go from one to the next, right? So that's good. And yeah, we're not going to work on save changes right now. So what we're just going to do, we're just going to try to pull this same data from a database. So how do we do that? What's the best way to do that? So we need that array up in the cloud. Need that array up in the cloud. So what we're gonna do is, why don't we go to, okay, let's do one more thing first. Let's take this, let me get a generic API going. So I'm gonna call it services. And then we're gonna call it API. I'm gonna make it a TS file because, so, right, a generic API dot generic get list. So let's just do the CRUD, right? See, create, read, update, delete. But read is really a list. Read is a list, and then edit. So write a generic API, TypeScript, API with error handling. Thing. Right, API service with error handling. Put the folder in. And then what else we want to do? Or the error message. So it's because you gotta think. So, yeah, it should know that we're dealing with Rex Nux. So create, list, edit. So I might have complicated things by doing this. Oh, I was gonna put a type here. Yeah, okay, there's Is it importing anything that I need? Yeah, so it's using the fetch API, built-in fetch API, so that's fine. Now we got a request, which is a promise of T, which
So this one here is just, yeah, we're just gonna call it straight thing. I always call it the same. So get by ID, list, update, delete. Step 2, utilize API service. So user. So types user. Okay, so let's go with this first. So API service, you're calling it. Sure, I understand. API service. I think API should always be in capitals. Right. That's just my personal preference. Put some comments. Right? Yeah, let's get some comments. It's just better. Especially on a generic class like this that has a lot of stuff going on. Okay, so we're 3.5 hours in. We're almost there, I think. We're getting to the cloud bits, which is the fun part of this entire project. But I might have to take a rest and then come back to it, honestly. Getting tired. Okay, so copy, replace. That's the API service. The only thing we're going to change is this guy here, because that's just our personal preference. And the composable. So we're going to create a composable that does what? Use data. Let's call it let's call it use exhibition. Let's call it use live company data. Right, .ts. So we're going to call API service. We're going to figure out what API endpoint we're going to call in a bit. We're going to call the services. We're going to call it this here, the API. Okay, that API service is here. We're going to call users. Users coming from a folder called types, which is a new thing. Types will be in this particular case. So we're basically going to make the types the same as the previous JSON from what we had previously, which was like way up. Oh, it's not even here. It's like generate sample. We're going to go from this type here, right? The type will be from this. So it's here. Oops. So we're going to rewrite it based off of the JSON, this JSON here. Okay, so just gonna copy that type as company. All right, so that's the company. And update API with comments, right? Yeah, that's just so this is the API service, so that's fine. We don't care about this because this is all generic, right? But this type here is what we need. So use company service. There we go. Better name. Use composable. So use right. And like I said, change it to API and API. And then it's going to use the type company of array. I'm going to call some URL of some sort. So what we should do is we need to make a fake URL. So we can actually do that with Postman. And then we have this thing. So why don't we try that? I haven't used Postman in ages. I don't even think I remember how to do the fake data URL. But let's just try that and see. So we're going to go here. We're going to go to data. We're going to click on this guy here. Click on that. Click on allow Postman. Copy. We gotta take our and create a mock server, and I guess we just have to create a mock server. Get URL path response data. It's gonna be this, and then configure. How do I path should be trade show data, right? I don't know how to do this. Request body, response body. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, let's try to do that. It's a get method. So how do I? Save it. We don't want this one here. I don't know how to do this. I actually don't know how to do this. Select existing, create a new collection. Jeez. I don't remember. I don't even know if I know how to do this. So let's do this. So let's close this. Don't save. Let's go to create a mock server. Create a new collection. So the URL is something. Show. Okay. Let's see if I can exist and create a new one. Okay, so I did that. So do I press enter? Do I so enter the request you want to mock. Optionally add a request body by clicking on the 3 dots. Request body. No, request body. Response body, yes. And then what else do I do after that? This is a response body that I want. See, it's not very intuitive, this interface. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Okay, gotta pause it, figure out how to do this mock server thing. So stupid. My video is blocking the next button. So basically that's what it was. Okay, so I press next. Mock server name, we're gonna call it trade show. And then no environment, no nothing, create mock server. So now I have a trade show. This is the URL. Copy, and then / trade show, I think is what it is. So edit configuration. This is fine. So how do I create? Interesting. Not very clear what to do, but okay, so let's just do this. Okay, bring back something. How do I see it again? Interesting. How do you edit the data that you... It's almost like you could only do it once. Huh. Body. So weird. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's returning data, so that's a good part. So that's cool. So then we need to go back to use service, use this, and then we could call use company service. Oops, this definitely is missing some code, no question about it. There. Okay. So we got use service now. And let's use service. So now we could just go back to so we're going to call in that from the regular index page here. So instead of calling this guy here, we're just going to call the import. Use service. Right. And then we're calling all three of this stuff here. Basically all three, every single thing here. So we're calling this service index. Now we want companies. And theoretically speaking, nothing should change. All right, we're going to take that away. Come on. We're almost there. I've been saying that for the last 2 hours now. User API service is not defined in where. API service. services, composable services, API service, rename, API service, API service, API service, and yeah, that's it. Composables. So API services, API service, services. All right. That's good. Should just take what ChatGPT gave me, but okay. Fail to import services from composable TS. Composable use company services. This is in. Right, so we might not be able to use this here. Oops. I think. Services. So where are we? We're in a composable. We need to be up one level. Services. Service. From. Fail to import services from composable use company service. What am I missing? So basically what it's saying is, who's complaining? From, fail to resolve, services, can't find services. So maybe just a slash. Dot dot. Dot. I'm just guessing here, guys. Let's go with VS because it knows the folder structure. What's the difference? What am I missing? Oh, space. Oh my goodness. Really? So it's finding the file, but it's not able to find an export of this name, which means I still have to export the class. I think I still have to do the export on the class, and that's what's missing right now. Oh my goodness, wrong ChatGPT. So the requested module service, API service, does not provide an export name API service. So I think I have to do with class or export by default, right? Let's double check this. I don't remember now. This is so long. Do an export class here. Okay. Okay. Better. No error again. Network. Refresh. We only want to see fetch HR. Refresh. Nothing. So it's not pulling data, but it's not giving us any errors, so that's good. So we're gonna go back to, we're gonna close all of this. We're gonna go back to pages, index, companies, lists. Should be giving me something, but let's do this. Let's do exactly what we're doing on the edit page, which is use it in a use mount, and then the data that's coming from here, we're going to assign that value to it. Actually, we could just do that value here. Nope. So why is it not calling? So when it gets here, it gets the companies. It's not calling this, I think. List companies, right? Yeah, it's not calling list companies. So we have to go here, we have to go to mount. Yeah. And then let's just do a ref. And then let's just do a we're gonna do items. Let's do that. Okay, progress. We're getting the API 404, which is good. Error, the mock request. Double check to your method. So we're getting the list. So we're calling the get. Oh, it's calling the list. That's fine. So that means the API here is called in list, and it's requesting this. So we should pass in the URL. No, we should pass in the path. Let's pass in the URL. And then let's pass in this here, and then let's go back to use companies, and then we're going to pass in the path. to just trade shows. Lists. S, I think it is. Am I right or am I wrong? Trade show. Okay, so let's go back here. This again. Trade show, get, okay, response, JSON. Okay, that's progress. So why isn't it working? So items, ref. So we have to do the same pattern as this. So let. Refresh. It's calling the data, it's getting data, it's just not showing the data. So items that less mount items at value equals company that values. Okay, let's just do it. Do that first so we can see what's going on in there. So that's an array with 0 length. Interesting. So companies, list companies. So let's go back to use service. So what is companies? Companies is, so companies are lists. It's going to give it to response if response is equal to string. Handler companies that value. Interesting. So yeah, so this, so companies should be, that's right. In this particular case, we got company of data, we got data here. So what am I missing? So companies that, is it undefined? It's an array, but it's false, so it's not getting the data. The API is being called for sure. We know that much. What is response? Let's call response. Just checking to see. So response has data. Array of stuff. So that's correct. And what is company? Oh, you know what? It's already sending back company that value. So I don't have to do that value again. That's why. So we don't have to do that value here. It's just company. read undefined. ID. So what is response? Okay, so we never got data here, so that's okay. No issues there. So, okay, need to get some rest, guys. Need to get some rest. Okay, we're gonna fix this one problem, and then we're gonna tackle the API stuff tomorrow. So, how are we gonna do this? So, okay, so what I'm missing is, what am I missing here? Companies is correct. Companies come from here, go in here, but yet it's failing. It's failing because items, this companies, refresh again, what is failing? Okay, let's start with the basics. First, let's just do this. Terminate first, run again, just to make sure that nothing weird is happening. What's it complaining about? Okay, so that's, yeah, I was expecting an error, sorry. So can it read ID index? So it's complaining that we don't have an item.id. Oh, I see. Item. Oh no, that's not right. Items is correct. So basically items with an S shown up here and here, yes, and then item.id is thing. So basically what it's saying is that we can't okay, let's do this first. So nothing is, nobody's complaining. Company list is, so it does have value here. Refresh. Interesting. Does not have value. If I do this, it has value. So we need to assign it to a ref. Is that what I did here? Data is a data constant, that's a local data. Do a local value first. Is that the difference? Right, so it's null here. That's really interesting. And if I do this, class values. Weird. But it's a ref. I'm confused. So I have to do a ref. Maybe. Okay, I'm totally confused as to what's going on here. Try DBT to rescue. Totally confused what's broken. Okay. Reactive timing. You assume assigning companies to data within a long, but you're not using a reactive reference to companies' properties. In your reactive systems, you should use a compute property to watch the effect. But I tried that before and that didn't work. So you're saying that this is now companies should be populated, and since it's reactive, you can directly use companies in your template. Watch companies. Yeah, I still don't. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I have to spend some more time just understanding this reactivity thing a little bit more. So you're saying that this should have value now? Okay, it worked, but I'm not fully understanding why. So I'll have to spend some time on that, but okay. And then this will work just the same, but it's not really pulling from the API, it's just pulling from the local data. So we just have to do the exact same thing that we did here on the other page. Right, so this is basically just to pull it, just to be sure. This is the local data here. And we could, no, where is it? Local data is here. And we could rename it old company data, and then the edit will break. So this will break, right? So now we just need to do the same thing on the so rewrite this code to use the same use company service. Okay, we're almost there. Keep saying that. Okay, so after this we're going to close it out because I think we have the foundation. Then we just got to connect make and sort of merge it together. Okay, I get you. So what we want to do is we want to take that and we want to put it here. Maybe stop it first and then. So it still then pulled the data, and that's because it doesn't know what to pull, right? But it should be, let me see, let me just see what he, so he pulled the same data, use the get, use companies, targeting, save data, mount data here, get company by ID, but really and truly get company by ID doesn't really exist. So it's really so the get company ID doesn't really exist. So it's really whatever is in here. So just like what we have the watch, what we're going to have to do is watch for when the ID gets populated, watch for when new company gets populated, companies gets populated, companies gets populated. So all we're trying to do is just replicate the same thing for now, which is this, right? That's basically what we're doing on this page, and then we'll just filter it out manually for now. So it's like this, all right? But the other thing that we need is this, right? Actually, we don't need that here. We need that on the watch. We need that here, and then we don't need this anymore. Yeah, because what we care about is we want to load this value, right? Which is a let up here. So all we care about is here. Instead of this, we're going to do this. and then this is going to be dot find. That's right. Find. And then here. There. Can't find company name. Network. Is it pulling from the network? No network coverage. So why is that? This is fine. So let's see what we got. So we got this. There's no get company. And there's no save company. This is messing up the whole thing. Just copy whatever is here and then put it here, please. Okay, and load companies goes, yes, okay. So still not making API calls. Company.id should be around. So this should work. So basically we're saying if excuse me. Where's my rag? Okay. Getting the cold. Definitely getting the cold. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that's good. Okay, progress. I'm going to call that progress. I'm going to call it the night, guys. I'm losing my voice. I'm losing every single thing right now. I'm definitely getting tired. It's 5 o'clock. Mouse on. Successfully pull in data from API. Push. Good. Good. So next, all we got to start doing now is start providing our API from make.com to this application. So you know what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this up and we're going to push this up to the cloud, and then we'll do a part 2. We just have to. We're 4 hours in, so I got to split the video into half now. I was hoping to do this in 1 hour. 1 hour, yeah, sure. Yeah, so this is just a ridiculously long video for record keeping purposes and just how it would build something like this. And now the code is public and anybody else can continue using it. All right, so we got some foundational stuff we could improve upon it. Good job. So with that, if you got some value out of this and you're still here at this particular time, honestly, kudos to you. Please subscribe. Okay, bye.